Yeah. Welcome, everyone, to today's special meeting of the Yountville Town Council on, Wednesday, May 27th, 2015. And we are here today to hold interviews for the three applicants that have applied for the vacancy on the Yountville Town Council. I will read some of the procedures that we will be following in just a moment, but we'll start off with roll call.
Councilmember Moeller.
Here.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hall.
Here.
Mayor Dunbar.
Here. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next up is adoption of our agenda. Can I have a motion to adopt today's agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Moeller, seconded by Dornbecker. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Now, we have public comment on our agenda. This is not to talk about the candidates. This would be to talk about anything except the candidates. So we will have public comment after the applicants are, they provide their presentations and are interviewed. But right now, if there's anything not on today's agenda that you would like to address before the council, now would be the time to do that. I had a feeling you were all here for the latter. Okay, we'll move on from public comment. Our first administrative item is to conduct our interviews. So I will go ahead and just read briefly what the procedure will be. All applicants will be asked to make a 15-minute presentation. Then the council will ask a series of 6 questions to each of the candidates, the same 6 questions, and there will be a 15-minute Q&A time for those questions. If there's any time left over, there may be an additional question or two asked by the council, but each interview and presentation combined will be no more than 30 minutes. The town clerk will start a 30-minute timer when the applicant begins his or her presentation, and we will raise up a pink sheet of paper at the 5-minute mark of that presentation. We will do the same when there are 5 minutes left of the during the Q&A portion. And if the presentation is continuing, I will be sure that that presentation ceases so that we keep it fair and equitable for everyone. You won't be allowed additional time to speak after the time is over. And what we just talked to the 3 candidates about is, in the interest of fairness, the 2 candidates that are not being interviewed will wait out in the hall. So there isn't an advantage to going first, second, or third based on the fact that we have the same questions being asked of each candidate, and hearing the other candidates' responses gives some advantage to the later applicants. After the applicants have made their presentations, each council member, well, this gets us a little further down the agenda. Let me add, first of all, after the 3 presentations, there will be an opportunity for the public to comment on any of the presentations of the applicants prior to deliberation by the council. At that time, I will be acknowledging the fact that there were emails received by the council, and we'll address those and read those into the record at that time. And assuming the council is prepared to do so, following all of that and following discussion, we do have it on the agenda to vote on a candidate for selection. What will happen in that process is each council member has the 3 names, and they will rank them 3, 2, and 1. 3 points being the top candidate, 2 for the second, and 1 point for the third choice. The ballots will be forwarded to the town clerk for tabulation, and the town clerk will announce the voting record of each council member and the total score for each applicant. The applicant receiving the most points would then be appointed by a motion of the council. If there is a tie between 2, the person not in the tie then obviously will drop out of the vote, and we'll have another vote with just the 2 candidates that are tied. Should the council make an appointment to fill the seat today, the individual will be invited to come up to the dais and receive the oath of office and certificate of appointment from Michelle, a town clerk. And that person will then also officially join the council on June 2nd at our regular meeting. So I think that's all the protocol. Yes, Councilmember Mueller?
Just clarification, since this is a public meeting, we're not really asking the other candidates to step out. We're asking them voluntarily to step out.
Which we just did. That when I talked to the three candidates, I made it clear that they had the right to be in the room, but the three of them agreed out of fairness that the candidates not being interviewed would step out. So, yeah, it was mutually agreed upon by the three candidates. So with that, any questions from the council on the process? Okay, with that, we will go to our first presentation and interview, and thank you, Carrie and Jeff, for stepping out.
So the order of the applicant interviews is, this was drawn by random lot, and the first applicant is Alyssa Wickstrom, the second applicant will be Jeffrey Durham, and the third applicant will be Carrie Dorman.
So I invite Alyssa to join us, and Town Clerk will get the timer going. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. So I am very excited that we are having an opportunity to run for this vacancy. It's amazing. Obviously, we're very sad to lose Vice Mayor Chilton. He was a wonderful council member during his time here, and they're big shoes to fill. But I think it's a fair process that's been established, and I'm really excited about hearing your questions. I think that's, for me, the more exciting part than even telling you anything about me. But if I must. So I believe that Yountville has to be one of those special places in the universe where it's just small enough where you know everyone, and just big enough where there's world-class everything at your fingertips, and that you can walk to all of it. Before I moved to Yountville a few years ago, I used to come here on vacation for years, and so the first opportunity I had to get a job right here, I moved the second I could. And we've been, my husband and I and our Cocker Spaniel have been amazingly happy here ever since. It's the warmest community that I have ever lived in. So from joining Kiwanis, I was very fortunate to get a sponsor immediately into Kiwanis, and then asked to join the board of Kiwanis, and so have been lucky enough to be welcomed with open arms into that portion of our community. And then I was invited to join Bocce. So I learned what Bocce was, and was warmly welcomed into that part of our community that rolls every Wednesday night. And have been amazingly fortunate to meet the nicest people along the way who share my passion for being part of a community, and also understanding that a community isn't just residents, it's also businesses. And had the opportunity to join the Chamber of Commerce Board, which has been a really fun experience, getting to know Cindy Saucerman, who used to be a member of the council and has been a wonderful leader for that organization, and also just so many representatives of our businesses here that attract the tourism, the hotels and the restaurants, that bring people to Yountville, but are behind the scenes. They aren't the chefs that everybody buys in cookbooks and waits in line all day to see them for 5 minutes at a festival. These are the people who make the budgets and who do the hiring and do really, really hard work that is thankless and no one ever sees. And I have been fortunate enough to get to work alongside them since I started my position on the board there. So I feel as though I owe Yountville any chance I can to give back and to be part of what makes Yountville amazing, because it became our home minutes after moving here, and everybody has been so incredible, and we benefit so much from what all of you as the council members give back to your community by making it wonderful, right? And the staff that slaves over making sure that every policy and every goal that the council sets forth is actually executed with a level of professionalism that I would put against any huge city with multi-million dollar budgets for operating. I'd put us against them any day. I do have a unique insight to this because I did work as the deputy town attorney here for a short while. So I have the great fortune of having worked with the council in that capacity and also worked with the town staff more closely. And there is no better CEO. There really isn't. There is no better Parks and Recs director, right? When you're there at 7 a.m. watching repairs being overdone and you see just everybody show up early and with a good attitude and just that's okay, let's keep on trucking attitude for every little challenge that's overcome. It's amazing to me. So why do I want to join the council? Why would I like to sit up there with all of you? One, because I feel that I owe it to our community, and two, because I have just enough ego to think that I would be wonderful at it. My experience as both an attorney and as an executive bring a unique blend of those two talents that I think I will bring to the council. I'm an excellent facilitator and communicator. I listen far more than I speak, although not in this little 15-minute increment. I think that a big part of what all of you do is listen to one another and the community. You read hours and hours and hours of reports. You sit through hours of committee meetings, not just for Yountville, but I know that we are one part of a larger community. People say Napa, I think they mean Yountville, but when they say Napa, they do actually fly into SFO and they need to get here. Or they fly into Sacramento and they need to get here. And then once they get to Napa, they need to stay somewhere. And where else are they going? So our role on the NCTPA, for example, is essential, right? Because we need to make sure it's very easy to get here to Yountville. We don't want them getting stuck in gridlock in Napa and never wanting to make it north of Trancas. It's important to us. And so I respect very much the quantity of your lives that you dedicate to this process, and know from experience of sitting on many committees over the years that I have that same dedication and will take the same level and depth of responsibility to sitting in those meetings and understanding how all of the pieces come together. You can't fix a single problem or any problem by having great ideas. You really have to listen to the other really smart people in the room and find a way to have a whole bunch of smart people who are used to being in charge and finding a way to get them all to work together. And I think just another local amazing experience that makes Yountville and Napa an amazing community is Leadership Napa Valley. If that taught me anything in my class, it was, what do you do when you get a bunch of CEOs in a group and you have to work together? And not everybody gets to be the CEO all the time. And I think that experience really would be directly relevant to what it's like to be on the town council, where you have really smart, really talented people who all have great ideas and great leadership ability, but you have to find a way to all work together too, and you don't always all get to have your way. You don't. You have to find a way to not only compromise, but also understand that your intuition and your judgment may tell you what the right thing is to do, and you may have support to stand behind your decision. But if 3 other people feel differently and have the same amount of support, you have to get on the boat and you have to start rowing with them, because that's what a team does. And that's what leaders do, right? Is sometimes you suck it up and you get behind things and you show the leadership to say, we're all on board. We had a fair process. We worked our process. Now we have a plan and let's all get together. So I think I would be an amazing town council member. I really do, because I have all of the characters of leadership that you need to excel in the position, and I'm willing to dedicate the time and with my sincerest energies try to impress the community that I love so much. If you have any questions at all, I would really love to hear them. I may not have hit 15 minutes yet at all, but I'm much more interested in hearing what you want to know about me than telling you anything else. But please, I yield the remainder of my time to questions.
Great, thank you very much. And typically, we would, and I know we have some members of other commissions in the audience that know what our typical process is terms of going through each of us to ask questions. But because we are going to have some predetermined questions, I'll go ahead and ask those, and if there is any remaining time, I'll invite the other members of the council to ask additional questions. You did already, and none of the candidates have seen the questions, by the way, prior, but you already answered number one.
Oh.
Which was tell us about yourself and your background and why you are applying for the town council. So I'll go ahead and move on to question number two. The town council is in the midst, excuse me, of adopting its general fund and utility enterprise fund budgets. Have you followed any of this? Share with us your observations on the town budget, revenues, expenditures, ratepayer responsibilities for cost recovery of our water and wastewater operations.
Wow, that is a multi-part question. Okay. Well, of course, I'm a business, land use, and water lawyer, so the first thing I heard was water out of that. And we are really unique and amazing in that we do have a recycled water opportunity here that we use completely. And not a lot of people understand that, is that it's very unique that we have this huge source of recycled water from the Veterans Home, and that even though the golf course has first dibs on it, they don't have a storage capacity that allows them to store all of that water. And so we are able to actually sell a bunch of this water to businesses in the area, which not only helps us create some revenue, but it also helps our community at large, which, as we all know, is a little water-strapped every now and then, and makes it possible for us to use recycled water to irrigate vineyards, which is amazing. So in that way, that's a great revenue source. We do everything we can to keep that, and having been part of actually that process recently, I will say that it's strong. Okay, so, but adopting general plan, ratepayer, yes, I've been following it. I understand where our revenue comes from. Last year, 66% came from TOT, 11% from sales tax. Yes, I'm glad that the council directed that we take a more conservative approach in our estimations of growth in the TOT, because, staff wasn't sure about that. They were saying, well, there has been an increase. Do you want us to go an increase? And the council said, we'd rather you stay a little more conservative and, not overdo things, which I think I agree with absolutely. It's always better to have more money than you think you have. You want to be smart about it, because if there's a great capital improvement project that you could have done, you would hate to miss that opportunity, right? So I think that the staff and the council thus far have shown a really great marriage of finding compromise there. In general, the town has done an amazing job of cost recovery on programs. I know that that's a big part of the Parks and Rec department. We do subsidize things like the homework, and they're also the after-school program, and we do subsidize things, but the cost recovery by and large is amazing. If we didn't do such a good job, the pool would be like an albatross around all of our necks financially, but do a pretty good job. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think that the cost to the community as a whole, it's okay if it costs something, but you do want to make sure that you're always looking for that level where what is an individual user on that day willing to pay for that service, as opposed to the general community knowing that that resource is available. And I think that the price you're willing to pay to know that a resource is available is not necessarily the same as what you'd be willing to pay on that day to use it. I have been satisfied with our rates since we moved here for our utility bills. I think living in Miami and Seattle and Houston and Los Angeles, I've lived all over in major cities and had utilities dealt with in a number of ways. I don't feel as though our utilities are out of control. I think that they're well managed. So I can't say that I'm going to get on a bandwagon for lowering utility rates necessarily, because that's not a problem that I have felt, although you always want to make sure that things are affordable. But services cost, right? Resources are what they are. If there's any part of that very long question that you feel that I have not answered, I would be happy for you to circle back and ask me further.
That's okay. I'm going to move on to the next question. In your opinion, what are 2 or 3 issues affecting Yountville today, and what would you do to to address any one of those issues?
3 issues. Well, as I said in my responses in my application, I think that our sidewalks are something that we are dealing with, but are also sort of tied into litigation and potentials for litigation and costs. So we absolutely need to be aggressive about looking at what our real liabilities are, communicating that to the public openly, and saying, even if we don't like it, we have to swallow this pill, because for such a small community, we cannot have endless litigation expenses. That's not a good use of our limited dollars. It's not. It's better for us to install way more awesome than any parks ever. We have the most amazing toys at our parks. I don't know if any of you adults have gotten on any of them, but the new setup at Yountville Park makes me want to go out there in the middle of the night and just play on the jungle gym. I mean, it's incredible, right? So that's a good use of our money, right? I mean, it's something like 14% are of the sort of standard. We have children in our home age, but that's not the point. People come from all over, and they want to, people have grandkids who come here, and they want to have places to take with them. So avoiding litigation. Our sidewalks need to be repaired, and we need to deal with the situation in Washington Park to make sure that we don't have to deal with senseless ADA lawsuits and litigation expenses associated with that. Those are 2 things that we just need. They're intertwined, but they are separate. Traffic and parking, we talked about this yesterday at the Go Green team meeting, and it's an issue, whether it's idling, limos and cars, or people circling looking for parking. It doesn't matter. It's not good for our environment locally. It's not good on a macro level for our environment. It's not aesthetically pleasing. It doesn't help the walkability of our town. It's something we need to deal with. Now, I know that we are opening up the parking on both the north and south end of town, as Councilmember Hall mentioned yesterday at the Go Green meeting. So we're expanding the parking over at Yountville Park. And then all of that cool space that's right now totally unused by Joan of Arc will add some additional parking. But regardless, we still have a finite amount, and a lot more people here on the weekend than we do parking spaces. So that is something that I think we need to deal with for both environmental and aesthetic reasons. And then I do think that continuing to support the businesses, not only that bring in the tourists, but also that give them something to do between wine tastings and dinner. I would really like there to see more retail here, and more spread out, not just in the V Marketplace, but I would really like to see that retail. And since we all know the sales tax, is partially from restaurants, but it's from retail as well. So we want to make sure that those businesses have an opportunity to thrive. They create an added level of character to our community. I miss getting my dog food here. But they also help our bottom line. So
Great. Have you used the town's website, social media, e-notifier, or other services to learn about town operations? And also, it's just a very general question about the fact that the town council has gone mostly paperless and relies on tablets and other electronic devices. Are you comfortable working in that environment?
I'm actually more comfortable working in a paperless environment because I tend to lose paper. It might be going from like work to my car, which is sort of a second office, and then working at my home. And I think you guys can all relate to that. Just being super busy, having to carry stacks of paper with you everywhere is about the most onerous thing that we don't have to do to ourselves anymore. So I prefer digital. To answer the question about the website, yes. I think the website has actually improved a lot in the last year. Certainly the last year and a half. It's much easier to retrieve documents than it was when I first moved here a couple of years ago. So that's wonderful. There's been an improvement, and I think it's very easy to use. I do have e-notifier. So Michelle Dame, the town clerk, told me where to go to get signed up for the agendas so that I would get them pushed to me so I could have a little link instead of having to go every week and like pull it down with a PDF. So now it's like a reminder, oh yeah, you need to check out the agenda this week, and then you can stream it. It's like, oh, that's amazing. So I think our website's fantastic, and I think that really speaks to people of my generation who are just, if you don't send me a reminder that I care about something, it can sort of get lost in the madness of all of the other things that I care about and love and are calling for my attention. So I think the e-notifier feature is a really great way of keeping people engaged who have the instinct to be engaged in our community, but may just be really busy and it might fall off their radar. So.
Thank you. As the town council, we don't always agree on each decision or course of action. Please describe for us how you would handle a situation where you were passionate about a certain issue, but the council majority did not agree with you and voted against your position on that issue.
Well, as I said earlier, you can be one of the smartest people in the room, and you can have numerous facts on your side, a great argument. As a lawyer, this has happened to me many times, right? Where I say, look, these are how the numbers work out. This is what the historical pattern is. This is clearly the course of action we should take. And then people who disagree go, but these are the other things that have happened, and here are the facts on our side, and this is the course we should take. And you make your best effort to make a professional and passionate standing for what you believe is right. I would never advocate for anybody to shy away from conflict. I like to think of myself as very positively confrontational. As if I think that there's a disagreement or somebody isn't maybe saying what's on their mind and they're having a thought, but they just feel like, oh, it's a little too aggressive and they're uncomfortable, I will step in and say, what are you thinking, Councilmember Dornbecker? Because I want to know that everybody in the process had an opportunity to speak. That being said, I have been on the losing side of an argument many times. Not all the time, but many times it happens. It happens to all of us. And it's fine. You jump, you get on the boat. That's the way a team works. That's the way a plan comes together. If we all had to be right and have complete consensus all the time, nothing would get done. It's not possible. You cannot expect in any kind of environment where people are allowed to have opinions that we're all going to agree all the time. And that's a good thing. And as long as the process is very fair in how you come about making decisions, at the end of the day, you should be okay with whatever decision is made if you are allowed to participate in that process and you were listened to. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you. So the last of our predetermined questions, why are you the appropriate person to appoint to the town council at this time?
Well, I think that my unique experience as a municipal lawyer, a business land use and water lawyer, but also as an executive, give me a unique insight into what is required for being in a leadership position and navigating not only a constant need to manage conflict and take in opinions from multiple constituencies and see the big picture and how all of those things come together and go, okay, well, how do all of these groups, how can I make all of them happy if possible? How can I service all of them if possible? How can I make sure they all feel heard? I live that every day. It's my job. And I would be very excited to get to do that for the town that I love so much. So I of course, think I would be an excellent choice for that reason. I'm qualified. I think that my passion and sincerity for community service are evident from, starting the National Judicial Competition Program for the California Youth in Government from scratch. Somebody walked up and said, Alyssa, somebody volunteered you to do this and said you'd be amazing at it. Could you start a program for kids and train them and take them to this competition in Chicago? And you have 6 weeks to do it. And that was 4 years ago. So from challenges like that and going, yeah, okay, I'll do that. If there's nobody else who you think can do it better, I'll do it. And just standing up and saying, I'll do it. And that sense of sincere dedication to your community, I do think is rare and that I possess and would bring to the position. And I think lastly, I just really love being part of the process. I do. I'm a process junkie. I want to know how everything works. I want to be a part of it from the very beginning. I want to understand how all of the components came together, how everybody was heard, what information went into it, what assumptions did we make, who challenged it, and then what the final result is. I tend to be much more interested in the process than the outcome for that reason. I feel very strongly that if you have a great process, a really good process, and you stick to it and execute it professionally, whatever the outcome is fine. It really is. Because smart people got together and said, is this the right way for us to make decisions? And then they actually spent the time to do it. What more can you ask? We're not robots. We're not perfect, right? That's the best possible scenario. And I love that. So to me, being right or being wrong, or am I a minority in my viewpoint, I don't see that happening that often, in the sense that I just want to know that we're making the decisions correctly. And from the outside, and from what experience I've had behind the scenes working as the deputy town attorney, we really do. Between staff meetings and hearing the management team, go back and forth about, well, this and well, that, and have you thought about this? Oh, okay, over here. And having had the unique pleasure of seeing all of you work, you're smart, wonderful, dedicated people who really do honor the process. And you don't always agree. And that's okay. That's wonderful. Because I've never felt, as a member of this community, unhappy with the decisions you've come to, because I've seen behind the curtain, and you guys are very process oriented and really honor that, and I really respect that and like to be part of it.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to, we have 5 minutes left. I'm going to start with Councilmember Moeller and rotate left to right for any individual follow-up questions that council may have. Councilmember Moeller.
I'd like to just kind of ask you, recently we went through all of our budget and prioritized our capital improvement projects. So based on what we've kind of done in the past, which one of those do you think was really money well spent, and which one of the ones coming up are you passionate about us getting completed?
Well, I've talked about sidewalks, and we have dedicated some money already to sidewalks, which was important to me. And I am excited that we're spending money doing that. Some projects that have been talked about and then, are working on. I do think that we need to spend some money on taking out such water-dependent landscaping, and that is one that we have discussed, is taking out some of the grass from Yountville Park in sections that it's really not necessary, and along the sidewalks where it's difficult to mow, it's not necessary. And those are all capital expenditures, right? Like, you have to invest money in doing that. And so I think those are really smart decisions, and I'm excited about those because they save money in the long run, and they're also just more efficient. So I'm excited about those. I would like to see more money dedicated to dealing with how we route traffic in town, and maybe signage to really get people to park more on the outskirts of town. Now, anytime I think about signage, I get sort of scared that it's going to be really cluttered, and then aesthetically I'm just going to go, it's too much. I want to take a baseball bat to all of these and knock them down. But I would like to see us spend some money on sort of making that a little more clear. And I think that the limited signage we use right as you enter town on California, I would love to see some money go towards maybe a more permanent but aesthetically pleasing signage. Right now, the staff just puts these very nice banners out, but you sort of miss it. You kind of like come into town and you're sort of looking across the street, and by the time you make the right and you see the deer over at the hotel, and then there's like a banner right here, and it tells you something really important, but you sort of don't really notice it. And so I would like to see us maybe do something with that, and I think that would be a good use of money for informing people about what's going on in town and potentially other directions. Do you have a follow-up, or is that?
No, good. Vice Mayor Hall?
Thank you, and thanks for your time today. My question goes kind of back to process, and one thing I learned very quickly when I got here was that you have to have a process for how you prepare because there can be a tremendous amount of information in a meeting. What is your process? How do you go about preparing for a meeting, and specifically, how would you go about preparing for a town council meeting, given that it can be an inordinate amount of documents, not necessarily paper?
So, method I taught myself in law school is that I get saturated if I try and read everything for full comprehension one time. Some people are great at it. My brain doesn't work like that. So anytime I'm preparing for a meeting, I always ask myself, what's the purpose of this meeting? What are we trying to get out of it? And what's my role in it, right? So for some meetings, my whole job is to show up having read some material, but be prepared to just ask questions. I'm not expected to really give input because it's more of an information gathering. What is our plan going to be? And those are like facilitators often. Committee meetings that you have when you have a facilitator for a project, and they want to know what you are curious about. So you should always know what your role is going to be in that meeting. But for me, I tend to like to read the materials once, so I have a general sense of what I've been given. And then I always go back and read them again and make notes. Just, what does that mean? I think I read something about this over in this thing, and cross-reference the documents. And then generally a third time just for making my notes about any points that I want to bring up or questions that I have. That's usually been my process, and I find it to be pretty effective in making sure that I get through everything, because there's nothing worse than reading through one whole document and understanding it and having a bunch of questions and realizing that second document totally answered those questions and you just didn't have time to do it.
And that actually means that we are out of time.
Darn
I'll
it.
certainly start with Councilmember Dornbecker for questions next time. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Yeah, 30 minutes is... Jeffrey Durham is next up.
He gets more than 5 minutes, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's just for the countdown for the
I
end?
think that automatically reset to 5, and it will be reset to 30.
I didn't get to ask my question.
I'm sorry.
Welcome. I want to make sure Michelle is all set with the timer,
Almost there.
so don't say a word.
All right, we're going to go ahead and,
You can leave the pink card down, though. That's okay, Michelle.
okay.
You know I'll be fine.
You ready?
All right, there we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, town staff, and members of the Yountville community. Excuse me. I'm excited as I stand before you to seek the position of mayor. Wait, sorry. That's next year's speech. I'm so sorry. Let me start over. I am...
Take a note.
Make a note of that.
I'm enthused to be applying for the vacancy of council member for the town of Yountville. All politics is local, and this is one of my favorite quotes. It is from Tip O'Neill, who worked on the national level, but who saw issues on the local level as so important to the voters and those who are responsible to them. I believe this is very true. It is at this level that we can affect change and have input. I see this happening in Yountville all the time. Our local community is defined by all of our different features. The veterans, our mobile home parks, our churches, our schools, those who work here, our businesses, and definitely our visitors. I understand and respect that all of these make up the town of Yountville. They define who we are as a community and make local politics important and dynamic. We live in a community where we can say hello to each other, volunteer together, and pull in each other's garbage cans. We interact in the restaurants, at the community center, or on the bocce courts and at civic events. And of course, if you don't know your neighbor's name, then you at least know their dog's name. This accessibility and ability to engage is important for me as the next member of the town council. I can discuss ideas with my neighbors, they can voice concerns, and we can have a healthy dialogue. There are the proper channels to address town's issues, but this accessibility is important as welcome. So as your next member of the council, I would like to address 3 key points: enforcement, being forward-thinking, and consistency. If we take the effort to make a rule, let's take the measures to enforce it. As chair of the Zoning Design and Review Board, we have had the proper discussions and must adhere to the ordinances in place to keep our sense of community. As chair, I move the discussions forward on short-term rentals and transitioning the ZDRB to more of a planning commission. This has ensured that the community knows where we stand on issues like Airbnb and assures the ZDRB decisions are based on facts and findings, as they should be. I've heard my neighbors' concerns about certain homes and businesses coming into our town. At the most recent ZDRB meeting, we were discussing a new home site, tear down and rebuild. I was encouraged that the applicant had met the town standards as well as made modifications to best fit into the neighborhood. The facts and findings were cut and dry, but once public comment was open, several neighbors presented their concerns about the home being built for the sole purpose of an inn, even though the parcel is zoned residential. Upon further reflection, I realized how important community outreach is in a town experiencing so much change. We need to interact, reach out, and make clear how we are moving forward. The town does this, but this experience demonstrates that we can do more. So as a council member, I want to ensure that we are continuing with enforcement. Enforcement is key. If we establish codes, ordinances, and guidelines, then we must, as a community, insist they be adhered to. If our intent is to have a covered parking garage for a car, then it should not be converted to a dining room. If short-term rentals are not allowed, then we must ensure that they are not happening. Another example is business parking enforcement. If we're going to insist on loading zones for businesses, then they should be used. We've seen delivery trucks parked in the middle of Yon Street and blocking turning lanes on Washington Street. Indiscretions happen, so the town must be there for enforcement. They should be monitored, ticketed, ensuring compliance. Now let's really think about the future of Yountville. Forward thinking is my next key. Our future is changing quickly. I was Yountville's ambassador to the League of California Cities Planning Commission meeting last year, and I was given an opportunity to see what our future might look like in just the next 10 years. Will employees and guests be coming to our town in driverless cars, reducing parking requirements? How will extended bike path through the county affect our uses? How will mixed use continue to be developed? And also so many changes to technology. We must be aware of how today's decisions reconcile with tomorrow's reality. Parking, such a hot topic now, will look very different in just a few short years. Will we need to repurpose parking? Let's be aware of these and the many other issues that will influence our community in the next 3, 5, and 10 years. As the town grows, what are the opportunities for homeowners, businesses, and visitors? As we build out, do we go upward? Visitors, who are our family, our friends, business people, and tourists, how will they continue to be a part of our vital community? How do we integrate other aspects of this to ensure that it benefits our community? We need to be having these discussions now. And all of this is why I say we need to make an update to the general plan. It is our roadblock for the future. It should be done relative to the new strategic plan. This update will be budgeted, and this update will give us a return on our investment. This return will be both for the future of our townspeople as well as how to best integrate our growth into our community. It requires us to look to the future and make the best decisions for the town of Yountville. The general plan should have a historical element and a hospitality element. There's great history in this town that should be recognized and preserved, as well as our most recent hospitality legacy, which should also be researched, discussed, and nurtured. Consistency is the third key for this community. By enforcing our rules and thinking of our future, everyone in our community is treated with consistency and thoughtfulness. Consistency ensures all businesses are operating under the same rules and to the benefit of the community, and by thinking ahead, all businesses operate with similar permits and are held to the same standards. No one should have concern of an inn being built next to them in a residential district. So these are my main 3 key areas: enforcement, consistency, and looking forward to the future. And all of these also speak to the importance of follow-through, both as a Yountville citizen and a member of the council. Follow-through is vital. Decisions often need to be revisited, just as they are done on the town's strategic plan updates. And we need to ensure compliance and to ask the simple question, did it work? We are not a static community. Now, my hospitality background will serve the Yountville community very well. My deep understanding of the industry allows me to comprehend the main source of revenue that feeds our general fund. My involvement in other communities, forming at TBID, as well as owning a hotel, give me a key insight of the trends and where we are headed. This experience will ensure the right decisions are made for the town budget. The support I've received from those in this community has been great. Once this position came open, I had neighbors express their desires for my participation. And it was definitely a cross-section of this community. Even at my world-famous garage sale 3 weeks ago, I was meeting new neighbors hearing that same encouragement. This made me reflect and realize my deep connections to this community. Living the past 13 years in Yountville, my father working in housing complexes throughout the town, my grandparents working at the Veterans Home, my first job as a busboy at Mama Nina's, and being born in Napa, these have all helped me to establish a relationship with my community and so many of the townspeople here. I know that I've been fair, open-minded, and thoughtful in my process, whether that be on the ZDRB or with any other civic participation. Now, one of the main reasons for this success is that I realize I do not need to be nor want to be the smartest one in the room. I look to the town staff and community as an integral part of the council process. I know my neighbors on my street and throughout the community, business owners, veterans, employees, and they have all helped to shape my experiences and my passion for Yountville. My years of experience with the Parks Commission, ZDRB, as well as involvement with the community and focus, give me the experience to sit with the town council immediately. I'm prepared for the June 2nd meeting. I look forward to being part of that process as your choice for Yountville Town Council. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. You did, by 10 seconds, avoid the pink card. That was close, though. So I'll go ahead, as happened, the first question we have, you've already answered in your presentation, so I'll move on to the second question. The Town Council is in the midst of adopting its general fund and utility enterprise fund budgets. Have you been following this? And if so, share with us your observations on the budget, revenues and expenditures, and ratepayer responsibilities for cost recovery of our water and wastewater operations.
I've followed it. I've been trying to understand a lot of numbers in the last 2 months, and I've looked at budgets, I've looked at the cost recoveries, I've looked at the fees. I believe that Yountville is definitely headed in the right direction. I believe that a lot of my focus with my research has been on that top line revenue through TOT and through sales tax. And so I've not drilled down into every expense on that line, on that budget.
Okay. Next question is, in your opinion, what are 2 or 3 issues affecting Yountville today, and what would you do to address at least one of those issues?
Water is definitely one of them. The town is addressing it. I did notice that in the strategic plan update, the most latest one, it was one that the town might have fallen a little bit behind on. But you're moving forward. We're doing the right things. And once again, even though the front page of the paper said that we are not in a dire situation, we still will be eventually things, and we need to continue moving forward with that. Also, firmly believe that our discussion about visitors to the community is very important. But visitors are more than tourists. They're our family members, they're businesses coming in, and we need to figure out how to nurture that towards the future to maintain that top-line revenue for the budget.
Thank you. Have you used the town's website, social media, e-notifier, or other services to learn about the town's operations? The town uses a paperless agenda, almost paperless agenda. Are you comfortable using tablets, computers, digital, electronic, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm very comfortable, and I've used I've friended the town of Yountville. I have friended the trolley. I know that's not the town, but that's Chamber. So I'm on Nextdoor Yountville. I'm on all the sites. I've the Grapevine one, I've pulled back a little bit because of my participation with the ZDRB.
Okay. As the town council, we don't always agree on every decision or course of action. Please describe for us how you would handle a situation where you were passionate about a certain issue, but the council majority did not agree with you and voted against your position on that issue.
That won't happen. Well, yeah. I mean, I think the perfect example is I wasn't on the council, but my neighbor, who has since acquired a home next door to me on the other side of me with the church. I think I was passionate about what I felt the outcome should be. I thought it was excellent what the town did, and by putting together the ad hoc committee and including parts of the community. And I walk by that building every single day, and it might not be such a bad thing.
Okay. Why are you the appropriate person to appoint to the town council?
Do I need to read the speech again? I've been here 13 years. I'm passionate about this community. I know my neighbors. I talk to my neighbors. I work from home, so I'm here, and I've gotten a good sense of who we are and what we are. I think we have a huge opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years for what the town of Yountville will be, and I'd really like to be a part of that.
Great. So those are our pre-selected questions. I'm going to start with Councilmember Dornbecker on any follow-up or additional questions.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you for applying, and thank you for serving on the ZDRB and the Park and Rec Commission as well. Having mentioned the drought, at what point would you think that the town should think about declaring a moratorium on new development because of the drought?
I don't know that's a good question, and I need to research it more, but I can tell you from my experience with the ZDRB, with the new homes coming in with pools, maybe it at least starts there. So, and I know that it was discussed that the pools can be filled with water outside of the area, but I almost think that defeats the purpose of our big picture planning for the future. So I know from my immediate experience, we start there and then go from there. We're almost built out. We don't have a lot of development left. So I think we at least start there.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hall.
Back to me. Thank you as well for your application and your inspirational kickoff there. It's nice to hear about the same stuff that we all feel about this town. My question is more about how you go through your process for preparing for meetings, because obviously with ZDRB, you get delivered material probably 72 hours before the meeting, which is not unlike what we have, and it can be a copious amount of information. What's your process? How do you go about being prepared for a meeting? Because who knows what comes up in public hearings?
Exactly. It's been very interesting, and I still, even at the last meeting, continue to learn something new with my experiences of sitting on there. And it's a lot of research. It's a lot of picking up the phone and talking to the town staff. I mean, the amount of times that Nathan gets emails from me over the weekend, and he's responding within 15 minutes, no matter what day of the week it is, even on the weekends, is pretty amazing. And that's why I alluded to the town staff as well as a huge support mechanism. I don't know every budget item. I don't fully understand things. And that's why the town's here. I know we have an amazing finance department, that it will be a great resource for me to learn even more about that budget process to give even more feedback than what I know already. So it's a lot of just sitting down, taking the time to myself to research what's in there, and then talking to the town staff.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller?
Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Yountville has a tourism-based economy.
Mhm.
I'm not telling any stories out of school on that. So as a council member, I think it's always important to continually evaluate the impacts of that tourism-based economy. Is this on? Oh, thank you. It's on.
Pointing at you, though.
I think as a council member, it's always important to continually evaluate the impacts of that tourism-based economy on our residents. What issues would be important to you to, and this is a tough question, I know, to try to maximize our tourism-based economy, but yet minimize the cost to the residents as we try to do that?
It's a fair question, and I've been thinking. It comes back. Sorry. We've been talking about hotels in Yountville for a while. My business deals with hotels. There's still, in my opinion, there's still a lot of opportunity for TOT growth. I know we don't want to have a sunshine budget, but I don't think it eclipses it just yet. And so there's still room for that growth in the general fund, but without a huge growth by increasing the tourist as well. So it's a good question. I'm here every day. I see these visitors every day, and I see the tourist it's visitors. It's business people coming to town. It's our family and our friends coming to town and staying in my front bedroom for 3 days. Those are visitors as well, and they're all having an impact on our community. So how do we make it more of a walking community by adding the new sidewalks in front of Vintage Inn? Those things get people out of their cars and start thinking about how we are going to look in the next 5 years. Because I really think this whole dynamic is going to change in the impact of the tourists who are coming here. In that questionnaire, I spoke about tourism as people are coming here for a food experience just as much as they're coming for wine. Put a community garden out front. The tourist, that can be a part of that food tourism, but that also gives back to the community as well. So I think there's ways that we can maybe open up the bigger picture and see how these two can blend together well.
Thanks.
Does that answer? Thanks.
I'm going to ask you to kind of put that forward-thinking hat back on and try to identify, because you've talked about your many years living in Yountville and being born locally and being tied into the community. How do you see this community evolving in the next 5 or 10 or longer years, just given your personal understanding of what Yountville is?
I don't think anybody 5 years ago, given the growth of the TOT revenue, could have predicted what would happen with what's going on with the sale of Artesono, let's say. So with that being said, I think the next 5 years is going to be even more opportunity because we are built out, but we can better utilize what we have in town by being forward thinking. I know I'm going to drive this point home and make everybody crazy. The driverless cars are going to change everything. They're going to change our whole dynamics on our parking expectations for the homes and the businesses, and what's going to end our expectations for the roads and ingress and egress and those things. The Vine Trail opening up biking and getting in here, that's going to change the way people travel into here as well. I think all of these things are going to have a positive effect on here. Yes, tourism is going to continue to for some people, be a clash with the locals. But I think moving forward, through the revenue opportunities of those, we can better give back to the community and have the community be a part of a lot of the things that the visitors are coming for.
Great, thank you. I'll invite Councilor Dornbecker for another question.
Forgive me, because I don't quite understand. Maybe please clarify. How is it that driverless cars won't need parking spots? I don't understand that.
It's about access. It's not about access. It's about accessibility. So my friend rents a Zip car in San Francisco and drives it here. sits in the parking lot for 3 days while he walks around Yountville, gets an Uber, rents a bike ride. Instead, that Google bubble will then pick him up at his apartment in San Francisco, drive him here, and know that it needs to come back in 3 days. It doesn't need a parking spot. That car then leaves and picks up someone in Calistoga and takes them over to Santa Rosa. It just changes the dynamics of how we look at these things.
Well, thank you, because I kept thinking, well, even if it's driverless, doesn't it have to park somewhere? But it can just keep going and going.
Yeah, and that's the idea. With that, it's about the accessibility to having a car, not owning the car.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
It's like the Woody Allen movie Sleeper, right?
Exactly.
That's precisely what it is. What would you like, should you be selected to be the newest council member, what would you like the rest of the town and the community to know about you that maybe we don't know?
I talk to a lot of people in town. I'm passionate about this community. I am open-minded. I have my opinions, no doubt. You've all heard them. But I am open-minded and fair at the end of the day. My father's testament to that. We were definitely on different ends of the spectrum, but we could definitely sit down. And it was great to be able to have a conversation and be able to hear what was coming in and be able to give something out and have that feedback and that conversation. And he definitely helped. Finally, 48 years later, he might have been a little right. So it's nice to be able to be open to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Mueller, another question?
Yes. I'd like to ask you a question about we spend a lot of money, millions every year, on capital improvement projects. And we've just spent a lot of time on some recently. And, there's always, I always like to keep things on the list for future. They can come and they can go. Maybe they'll get done, maybe they won't. So what major capital improvement projects that we've done in the past did you think was really good? And what would be on your list for the future?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. As a part of the Parks Commission, that was one of the nice things. We always got a list of those things. And what I always thought was so positive was that we live in a community here where we're talking about what trees are we going to plant in the park, what new rocks are we going to put down to make it ADA compliant. We're not talking about having to fill potholes in the street because the streets are redone and we have the funds and the sources to do that. I think we're very fortunate to be a part of that, and I continue with that. The development of our parks, and yet another reason our visitors come here. Not a day goes by when I'm not bringing Stella to the park that someone's not enjoying it, and that's an amazing part. I'd like to see more. This is pie in the sky. At least this much I know about the budget. I'd like to see the PG&E wires in front of my house undergrounded, but that's as you can tell from the rest of the group, they understand. But that's something I'd like to see. But once again, it is, we live in that community where we can at least have that discussion, and we're not talking about, no, we can't fill the pool at the Veterans Home, or we've got to cut the hours on the library. We live in a community where we can talk about improvements and making the lives of our community members better, which a lot of it's based on the visitor that comes here. They help pay for that, so we're very fortunate in that respect.
Thank you.
Speak to your thoughts about how the town has responded to environmental sustainability and prioritizing certain projects. Councilmember Mueller just talked about capital projects a little bit. Do you feel like we've done more than we should, not enough, just the right amount of emphasis on environmental sustainability in our prioritizing?
I think the wastewater is huge in terms of what we can give back to the vineyards, and the grape growers in the area is huge. There's always something that can be done. I think that, as I look around, requiring JCB for their change in their deck at the whistle stop to get rid of the grass I think that's a great thing. Requiring no swimming pools. I mean, There's a ton of second, third homeowners who are going to be pissed at me, but maybe swimming pools are not the best use of space in California anymore, let alone Yountville. But, I mean, I think what we've done moving forward is good, but there's always more we could look at or think about and discuss.
Okay, thank you. And we do have just a couple more minutes. If there is any other question, Councilmember Dornbecker?
Jeff, you have so much experience in business, in the hospitality business, but how do you think that we could get more diversified retail to our town, especially those that are resident-serving businesses?
Have Washington Street, have Washington Square lease out their spaces, first of all, I think would be a good start. And that speaks but that speaks back to what the town has done with the empty storefronts. It's a shame that the Art Studio, Priest Ranch, and Washington Square still sit vacant in a town as ours. I think what the town is doing is great. I think we should be having dialogue with the owners. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think we should be discussing better options moving in. The reality of it is, I sat here a year and a half ago and gave a speech about how we need to let wine tasting rooms in and let capitalism play its part. It is. But I think that there's still more opportunity to interact with those who might be restaurant owners instead of landlords and sit down and have an open dialogue with them and see what could be worked out to have a better integration with them here in town. And those who choose not to have their places occupied for over 4 years.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I know I speak for the council. We appreciate your consideration and application very much. So,
thank you.
Thank you. You're also well behaved out there. Thank you.
Wait till it's their turn.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure you'll have nothing to say later. Welcome, Carrie.
Hi.
So just a reminder that we'll start the timer for your presentation at 15 minutes here in just a moment, and then we'll follow up with questions, some predetermined, and then if there's time permitting, some other additional questions from the council.
Okay, great.
So if, Michelle, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to do this today. It's really a great way to see government at work up close. And that said, on a personal
Just a little
note,
lower, please. Thank you.
that said, on a personal note, you know from my reporting on the council meetings, I am never up this close. So I'm going to try to do the best I can from my front row seat rather than the usual back row. And also, before I start, I wanted to, on a personal note, give a shout out to the staff because when they had the orientation for the applicants, I was the only one who came. They had all the chairs set up. They had everything there. They did a great job just for me, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I felt so special, and I went away really feeling educated and very enthused and even more excited about the town than usual. So thanks, I appreciate it. The application was pretty comprehensive. I'm sure you guys know you had to plow through all of them, and the answers were pretty comprehensive. So I want to try to hit some high spots and add some supplements for things that either there wasn't a box or a blank or a question. Will there be
See, I just finished
I think
saying
there's gonna be
how
dancing.
well-behaved you were.
Y'all don't take away from my time now. I have a lot to say. So, but if you, and I know we have a format here, if you guys want to interrupt while I'm going, feel free, but if not, I'll just plow on through. So what is it that I think I can bring to the council? That's, I think, the big question. So my overall experience, I think you all know I'm from Texas, maybe by the way I talk. I think you all know I'm an attorney. My background for the last 7 or 8 years has been I've represented exclusively special districts, utility districts, tax increment districts, management districts, development districts. They all have between 15 and 3,500 residents. Most of them were around big cities. Some were just out in the county. But the purpose of special districts in Texas is that we function like towns or cities. So we have water, sewer, drainage, parks, recs, solid waste, recycling. We sell bonds. We have streets, roads, bridges, sidewalks, fire, security. We do it all. And they run very lean. They have 5 members on the board of directors, which function as the council. They have no staff, basically. It's all outside consultants. And as the attorney, everything funneled up through me. And I had the really wonderful opportunity to sit at the table with them as they discussed and as they deliberated. So I have a lot, and I didn't get to vote, of course, and I didn't get to participate, but I got to see the whole picture coming together. And I think that sort of gives me a running start if I were to be appointed to council. Some specific things from that experience that I think face our town now. One is the drought. And I know that from the recent news you would not realize that Texas, beginning in 2008, was in a terrible drought. It exceeded in many places in the state the drought of record and became the new floor. And so we were absolutely, much like California, the legislature had not foreseen any of that could happen, and everybody was scrambling to get drought contingency plan, water conservation plan. That all filtered down to my districts, and so we assisted them, and I assisted them in conceptualizing what we need in a plan, drafting the plan, what could we do, what must we do. We went out to the public, we did public outreach, stakeholder meetings, we implemented the plan, we enforced the plan. So I have a lot of hands-on experience with drought kinds of issues. Another thing I think is specific to us because of our emphasis, since I've been here on parks and recs and our infrastructure, and in particular I'm talking about our streets, sidewalks, that kind of thing. I mean, I think we're very lucky because right now we have a lot of budget security, and I know Steve has said we're able to spend more than average on our parks, and certainly our capital improvements, we have some great things going on out here, but we were very interested and we worked very hard to stretch those dollars and leverage them, so even if we had a budget surplus, maybe we could take some of that surplus and reallocate it by using partnerships and leveraging, and some of it was adjoining districts would do joint projects, trails, sort of like the Yountville Mile. Some of it was we tried to get creative. Maybe we would build a street and the county would mow the right-of-way, or maybe we would build a park and we would get a private angel donor to put up the money for the maintenance. So I'm very interested in, because I know we're talking about flattening revenues, in how to use those revenues the best way to keep providing the services that we want to provide and our residents and businesses expect. Budgeting, again, contrary to what you would think from the news, Texas did suffer an economic downturn, and it was right when I went into public law. So all these districts had had a lot of money, they were really flush, and I mean, like 6 months after I walked in the door, they were all like, oh my gosh, we are not going to meet our bills, we have a lot of problems. So I have weathered through the boom and the bust of all that, and I know it's very specific, case to case, of how you deal with it, but I have dealt with it to keep the district solvent. The last thing I think that is particularly applicable to where we are now is, in addition to districts, in Texas the way districts start is, it's a gleam in the eye of a developer. A developer says, I want to bring a community here. I want residents, businesses, churches, schools, firehouses. I want to bring all this together. And that's great. And that's how the district grows. That's how the cities and towns grow and the economy grows. But at some point, the interests of the developer and the residents, the community that is coming to fruition, can diverge. And so you have to balance those and figure out a way that maybe they're competing, but maybe you can find a compromise. And so I have been through a lot of those, because that's how all of our districts work, that they were built to leave the developer behind. But they still had to, the ongoing of, once the original developer left, you know, you have a vacant mall. You need to do what you can within your jurisdiction to fill that mall. So I've been through all of that. And I think when I look at all that, that's kind of, to me, the hardware of it. It's kind of like if you have a picture, that's the frame. We have great streets, we're carrying our water and sewer, our garbage is being picked up, our parks are beautiful. That's the frame. But Yountville, to me, is the picture in the middle. It's sort of the more intangibles. I mean, you have to have the frame to make it complete, but you got to have the picture too. And that's where I'm a little bit of a disadvantage, having only lived here 2 years. But in the 2 years, I've really tried to get out and do some things and meet some people. And I've kind of, while I've thought about this, pulled out 3 things that I think really add a lot to that picture. And I know everybody has a lot of hyperbole these days. It's the greatest. It's the one and only. Well, I do think Yountville is the greatest. I mean, you know, I really do. And I think the picture is something that this council, the ones before it, have worked a long time to get it in focus and get it painted. And I think this council and the ones after it have a duty and an obligation to keep that picture crisp and clear and uppermost in their minds. And like the art walk, that is, in Houston, they talk a lot about, oh, we need art in public places and we need this and that. Well, you know, maybe they have 2 or 3 installations. But Yountville did it. They saw the value of it, both from an aesthetic and an economic standpoint. They did it. When we first moved here, I saw the call for artists. I called a friend of mine, PJ Rogers. I said, hey, this is really cool. She entered her piece. It's called Silent Wisdom, and it's now up in front of the North Block Hotel. It was a great win-win-win, and I sat in her booth with her both years and worked. I saw the dramatic increase in traffic year over year. It's because people had a great time, and it was something different, and it brought them here for a different reason. Same thing, Taste of Yountville. I've worked at it both years. The first year I was a ticket taker. I stood in my booth. I saw like 1,000 people waving their $5 bills at me. So the next year, I thought I would volunteer for something else, and they said, okay, you can be a street walker. So I was like, well, that was their term, not mine. But what it meant was I literally walked top, bottom of town for 4 hours, and I checked in on every participant, the wineries, the retail, the restaurants. How are we doing? What can we do? They loved it. It was a great experience. And in doing that, I also got to meet a lot of our guests that day. We will be back. This is the greatest ever. So we are doing things in our picture that it's just enhancing us. The last thing I think is just, I call it the dog walk. And that is, when I walk my dog, this is my secret vice, when I walk up to get a scone, when I go to have my nails done, when I go to the post office, people are happy here. You know, we have a happy picture. And we want to keep it that way. And I think that's where council and staff come in, is we want to move forward without losing our charm. And it's our job to figure ways to do that. And I know you guys don't know me, except when I sit on the back row and ask my questions. And I'm sure you think, well, you know, she's kind of a cheerleader, kind of rah-rah, doesn't really know the difficulties of it, wearing rose-colored glasses. There are some people in the room who do know me, and they will tell you I never wear rose-colored glasses. I'm very practical. I'm very realistic, down to earth. We have challenges, sure. We've got budget challenges. We've got water challenges. We've got competing interests. We've got our veterans. In our 2.41 square miles, we have every kind of interest that could possibly be represented, and we have to make sure they all live together in happy harmony. And that's a tough job. And it's tough to measure our success on that. Is it how many kids enjoy our parks, how many veterans can use our sidewalks, how many tourists can come, how our businesses do? There are a lot of measurements of success. And all I know is I really want to be a part of that success, because I think the whole picture is really great. And that's what I think I can bring and why I'm applying. And I think the last thing, I will have to just tell one more Texas story, and that is we have a bumper sticker in Texas, very popular. It says, I wasn't born in Texas, but I got here as soon as I could. So I will tell you that certainly I was not born in Yountville, but on May 28th, 2013, I retired from my law practice, and on June 2nd, 2013, I moved into my home in Yountville. and I am never planning to leave. And I, again, thank you for the opportunity today to talk to you guys.
Thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is I'll go ahead and read a few questions for you to respond to, and then with time permitting, I'll invite the members of the council to add any follow-up or additional questions. And as we've seen before, the first question is really unnecessary because it's tell us about yourself and your background, which you've clearly already done. So the next question is, the town council is in the midst of adopting its general fund and utility enterprise fund budgets. Have you followed any of this? Share with us your observations on the town budget, revenues and expenditures, and ratepayer responsibilities for cost recovery of our water and wastewater operations.
So I have followed some of the budgeting process. I have been to some meetings leading up to it. I came to one of the workshops, and I was out of the town for the other one. I think the council is doing a really good job of realizing revenue is a finite thing in our town and planning for that. On the utilities, I've been in a number of discussions, not here but in districts, of where you do try to, and balance is just a word that's used so much in local government, but where you try to balance your costs for providing the utility with what can be borne by the ratepayer. And I understand that the town did get itself in a little trouble by subsidizing, or maybe a lot of trouble, I don't know the extent of it. But I do think my general philosophy, without knowing any specific facts, is cover your costs on your costs to provide utilities, and budgeting. I think you guys you have a contingency, you have an emergency, you have a robust capital improvement plan. I think you are really, it's good that you recognize we're kind of a single revenue town, which isn't that different. I mean, in Texas, most of the revenue comes from property tax. So you still have the same issues. If there's a failure or a compromise of that stream, there's trouble. And I think that you guys, it seems from the budget I've seen, are doing a good job of planning for that possibility.
Thank you. In your opinion, what are 2 or 3 issues affecting Yountville today, and what would you do to address at least one of those?
I know drought is really the big word now, but I also know that our contract, I think we have enough water at current usage for 2 years, but you have to look beyond 2 years because those are going to be gone in the blink of an eye. So I say that's an issue because you have to look at the mentality of your users and get a buy-in from them that even though I can turn on my spigot today or run my shower as long as I want, I still need to conserve. So I think that's an issue that we need to be being proactive on. Other issues, I think I've probably already hit on them. The flattening revenues, I think we're already looking at that. I know there's been some discussion of the vacant storefronts, and I don't know all the facts on that, but I think to the extent within our jurisdiction we could help some businesses come into that, I think that would be a really good thing all the way around. To the extent we can help some business diversity, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Have you used the town's website, social media, e-notifier, or other services to learn about town operations? And knowing that the town council is attempting to be as paperless as possible with our agenda process, are you comfortable using tablets, computers, et cetera?
I am comfortable with tablets and computers. We, at my old law firm, some of our districts, now this is not on me, but I have to tell this story. They got iPads, they went paperless, but then a call went out that said, but you have to bring 2 hard copies to the meeting for filing. I'm like tearing my hair out of, this is not what we meant by going paperless. So I'm a big proponent of paperless. The town website, I'm on it a lot. I'm on the town email list. I got the email today on the certificate of achievement for the audit. Congratulations. So, yes, I'm pretty up on that. And I think I said this in the orientation. There is a wealth of information on that website. It is really great.
Thank you. As the town council, we don't always agree on each decision or course of action. Please describe to us how you'd handle a situation where you were passionate about a certain issue, but the council majority did not agree with you and voted against your position.
I don't know, I guess an expression can be worth 1,000 words. I mean, if you make your case and it's based on your best knowledge and I'll take it from my perspective, what I, as the council member, think is best for the town, and I state my position and make my case, and my colleagues do not agree with me, majority vote carries. And then if there's a way in the future that it comes back up on the agenda or back before the council and there's another way or avenue of discussion, that can be used too.
Okay. The last of our prepared questions. Why are you the appropriate person to appoint to the town council?
Wow. I don't know why I wasn't really expecting that question, but I just really think that I have good experience. I think I have a real head start. I know I'm new to the town, but I'm not new to local government, and I am not afraid to, and I don't know if this is an expression you have here, put my shoulder to the wheel to learn about the town and get myself fully up to speed as fast as I can. I think I have a pretty good temperament. I was an associate court judge in the city of Houston, which was a night court judge, and I got everything from traffic citations to public urination to weeds being too high. So I learned a lot to deal with the public and deal with a lot of disparate issues, and I feel like I could really just be helpful, and I am really, really invested in our town.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll invite members of the council to ask any additional questions. I'll start with Vice Mayor Hall.
I have to go first this time. Thank you so much for your application and
Sure.
your interest and enthusiasm. It's nice to see new people come to town and really take an interest. I'm going to ask the same questions I've asked everyone so far, so everyone in the audience, just gear up for this. I know in your experience being an attorney, you probably have one of something very specific, or maybe not. Tell me a little bit about what your process would be for preparing for one of the town council meetings. So we typically receive our information no earlier than Thursday before the meeting, and so that's when the data and the agendas are available for us to start reviewing, and then obviously we have the meeting on the following Tuesday. Tell me about your process that you would go through to prepare, because it can be, as you're probably familiar with, a lot of material to try to absorb or at least review before you get into the meeting.
Well, since I have been doing the column for the Sun, I kind of have a process in place that I would, if appointed, bump up, but I can give you the general process, and that is, I think I would feel that I have a duty to my colleagues, to the staff, and to the town to be prepared for the meeting. So I would make every effort to read everything, to ask any questions of staff that I might have, and I'm an avid note taker, so I'd probably come to the meeting with a sheaf of legal pad papers like I did today. And I just think that preparation is key.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you for applying, Carrie. And I wanted
you.
to say how sad I was to see your hometown of Houston taking
you.
such a hit. I hope that none of your family or friends are being impacted.
Thank you. Everybody is doing well.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
So I noticed in your questionnaire answers and what you envisioned in the likelihood of 2025, you were saying that you thought it was really important that we have economic diversity. And I'd like to know, how would you go about attracting other economic companies to the town of Yountville to do business, especially ones that benefit our residents? This is something that we have grappled with, and I'm very interested to hear your take on it.
I think, as I understand it, most of the marketing for the town is done through the chamber. So I would have to get into the details, but I think we could make a pitch to some smaller or maybe regional, more local kinds of businesses, that this is an attractive environment for them, because we do have locals who support businesses. I mean, we all eat at the restaurants in town in one way or another. I've met a lot of people here who are willing to go out for a glass of wine to the restaurants in town. So I really think it's a marketing, and certainly if we formed an ad hoc committee or something for that, I would be willing to participate, because my degree is in advertising, and for a long time I was in advertising. So I'm a big believer in marketing, and I think it might be helpful to get some of the businesses that are more local, kind of get together with them and find out a status quo, where they would like to go, and use that as valuable information when we make a presentation to other businesses. And again, I don't want to get outside our jurisdiction. I'm not sure that a town per se is in the business of driving businesses, but we are in the business of marketing ourselves, and I think we could do it under that vehicle.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for throwing your hat in the ring.
Thank you.
I don't know why. I don't think we're televised. I guess the sun's still up, and I just think I can talk away. What issues do you think are important? Well, maybe we rephrase it. How well of a job are we doing right now to maximize the infrastructure we have for our businesses, and yet, to use one of your words, balance those effects of the businesses on our community? Are we striking the right balance, or do you think it's a little tip the other way, and maybe it should be?
I think that we are doing a pretty good job. I do think, as I talk to residents, many of them might say not so good, that the balance is tipped in favor of the businesses. But again, it's back to sort of what I talked about with developers. Sometimes those interests are divergent, and you just have to keep working until you get the balance. I mean, I feel like, certainly, probably we don't want a fast food place here, but we might be wise to market to something that you could, somewhere between the taco truck and the French Laundry might be a sweet spot for getting a restaurant in here that locals would frequent. But I think on balance, the council is very sensitive to that. And I think I had a dear friend on the Houston City Council, and we were at dinner one night, and I said, well, I don't see what the council what the city's doing for us, and we pay all these taxes. And she said, with a perfectly straight face, well, isn't your garbage getting picked up? Well, I think we're way beyond that, because I think we offer a lot of local services, and I think we should, because our budget affords it, and it's the way we want to do business, and the way we want to give back to the community. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. Could it be a better job? Sure. And it's just, who would we consult, and how could we fund it? Again, what's in our jurisdiction, what's not? I mean, we certainly can't spend public funds on a private process or need, but maybe there's something. I think at one meeting, Councilmember Dornbecker, you mentioned maybe staff would look into something more geared to seniors. I mean, we do the park programs, we subsidize that. I think we're doing a pretty good job. Just some tweaking.
Thank you. Question I have for you is your opinion on the town's efforts as they relate to environmental sustainability and some of the focuses we've put on capital projects or in other ways to support our environmental conditions here. I'm not talking specifically about the drought, but just in general about sustainability. What are your thoughts on the town's efforts, and would you make any changes?
Again, not knowing all the details, but from what I've seen and learned so far, I think it's really smart to, while you have the money, upgrade your infrastructure. And I think it's just has to be that we plan for sustainability, because natural resources nonetheless are finite. I think the reclaimed water, I think Joe said we were trying to get from 75 or 80% to 100%. I mean, that would be the berries. I think we can keep doing things like that. I think it's very important.
I think you snuck in another one of your Texas terms.
It's the berries? Sorry. It would be great.
It's the grapes.
It's the grapes. It's the grapes.
We have just a little over 2 minutes left. Vice Mayor, do you have another question?
I do. I have my second question. Everyone's heard this one already, too. So what would you like, since we're on TV here, what would you like the public to know about you that we don't already know? It's your last chance. You got 2 minutes.
I am a natural blonde. What can I say, public?
I mean, you're new, so what would you like us to know? What more would you like us to know?
I really think I tried to cover it all. I just really am enthusiastic, and I just really think we have a gem here. I've lived in Houston all my life. It's a wonderful city, but this place is the greatest.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dornbecker, final question?
I don't really.
No? Councilmember Mueller? Well, thank you very much on behalf of the council for your application and your interest and your involvement already, and very much appreciate you coming today.
All right, I appreciate it. Now I go out.
Well, actually, they're all coming. You're all coming in, so
All
feel
right.
free to go ahead and take your seat in the very back.
I will. I have to displace someone.
And there are at least 3 more seats up here in the front corner. I know everybody's very resistant to cross over the aisle, but you are welcome to do that. As we get a couple extra chairs out, on behalf of the council and the staff, I would just want to thank all 3 of our applicants for being willing to step forward and offer not only their service to the community, but what would be a significant personal commitment to the town. So, and I can also very comfortably say that we are very pleased to have 3 very strong candidates for consideration, which makes our job a little tougher, but it's important enough. So we're going to move on to the next item, which is our discussion, which will include public comment. I want to lead off the public comment and discussion portion by recognizing that several emails were received. Many of them were sent directly to the town council, and I then forwarded them to the town clerk to make sure they were part of the record. We do have letters of support for applicant Carrie Dorman from Lauren, and I don't know if is it Hagen or Haugen? Also from Paul and Barb Larson, Judy Trotman, Susan Wickers, Carol Rose, Irene Jenny, and Mary Spalding. And the content is virtually the same in all of those, which is in support of Carrie's candidacy.
And to add, Mayor, those letters are also available in the public binder for viewing if anyone is interested in that after the meeting.
Thank you very much. So, those are in their entirety included in the record. So with that, before we have our formal discussion up here, I would welcome any members of the public that have something to share. You're not obligated to, especially those that have already submitted. Your comments are noted, but if anyone would like to speak, now would be the time. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Rose Solis. We run a business here, unfortunately, but it got all our kids through school, which is great. I've been listening to all these speakers talk, extremely intelligent women, young men, I mean, pretty incredible. My only concern is with Alicia, that she's so young. I got a feeling if she gets a job opportunity, it's by Yountville. Carrie, adore her, but I think Texas is still too much in her heart. The one candidate I really appreciated was one home person, and that was Jeff. He's got a lot of history here. He understands people. I see him talking all the time to everybody, doesn't matter who it is. That's my only concerns about the other two candidates. You know, they come in, and I know they adore Yountville. I know they love Yountville. But like I said, my niece just graduated from St. Mary's with a master, and she had no hesitation leaving Yountville to move on to bigger and better places. I expect she'll probably do the same eventually. And Carrie, like I said, her heart's still in Texas. I could tell by every other word was Texas this, Texas that. Where Jeff really talked about Yountville. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Let's go over here, since your hand went up first. I think we might have to have you lower that microphone just a shade.
Still growing.
Okay. We can even move the platform if you need to.
Thanks. My name is Jerry Pettigrew, and I've lived in Yountville 15 years, the Napa Valley 33 years, and I'm a native Californian, all the way from San Francisco. I met Carrie 5 years ago when she moved here. She fell in love with this place and said she was moving here. She might still have Texas in her heart, but she's a Yountvillean. And I think she'd be great here in town. She loves this town. She might go back to Texas to visit, but I don't think she will ever leave Yountville, unless they take her out in a body bag, but not for at least 50 more years. But I think she would be great for the council, because she's great for the town. She's great for Rancho de Napa. So I think you should really consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Chris? Move that microphone back up. We need to do this we're going to start doing this in order of height.
Thank you. My name is Chris Blair. I'd like to speak on behalf of Carrie Dorman. I think that we have a lot of people who live in Yountville and know Yountville very well. I think this is an excellent opportunity to bring somebody who has fresh eyes and an incredible amount of experience in local politics and in the issues that affect us. In a couple of issues that we've been working on in Rancho de Napa, I have been totally impressed with Carrie's ability to see the big picture and really lead a discussion using metaphors, as she did at the beginning of her talk here. I think it's time for that. Fresh eyes here. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes.
I think I must be somewhere in between the two heights.
That works.
This worked out fine.
We'll make it work.
Mayor Dunbar, council members. First, I want to say, as a community, we're really blessed to have three qualified candidates who are.
Can you state your name for the record,
I'm
please?
sorry, Michelle. I'm Charlene Silva. I live at 6569 Yount Street in Yountville. I just want to say, as a community, we are fortunate to have three qualified individuals who are interested in serving this community at this level. Public service is very hard work, and so I feel like we can celebrate the very fact that the three people would come forward for the appointment. I want to speak on behalf of the appointment of Jeff Durham. We are all fortunate to live in a community with strong leadership and stable finances. However, there are very important issues facing our council to maintain our quality of life and plan for what the future may bring. Jeff has served on two important commissions, the Parks and Recreation and the Zoning and Design Review Board. His years of providing service and leadership to this community has set a foundation for him to serve as a council member. He has demonstrated his commitment to this community, his ability to listen, his willingness to compromise, while at the same time he has always maintained his integrity, achieving results, and keeping the best interests of Yountville and the residents in mind. I also want to say on a personal note that Jeff is a great neighbor, a great ambassador for this town, and someone who has served this community well and represents the best of public service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlene. Next. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Eric Wickstrom, and I would like to speak in favor of Alyssa Wickstrom. Alyssa has always been a person who has taken servant leadership as a core value in her being. She and I really met over volunteering. We were volunteering in college together. Like now, this is the years are starting to add up. Actually, over a decade ago, and that immediately was a connection for us. And just 6 months after we met, I went off to volunteer, as I had been for several years, with Youth in Government. And this always happens over Valentine's Day weekend. And she said, "Honey, where are you going? You're leaving me on our first Valentine's Day?" I was like, "Oh, honey, you don't understand. I'm volunteering with these students. We're teaching them about government. It's really important. You should really get involved." She, of course, couldn't because it was too late into that class year, but immediately the next year, she became involved in that program and has been ever since. She went on to spearhead the national judicial competition for that program, where she takes the top 30 of our 3,000 students to Chicago every year and leads them to success. The thing about Alyssa, and that's just one of our many volunteer, occupations. The thing about her is that she always wants to be involved, and she never wants to just immediately jump to the front and be in charge. That's not what she's about. She wants to be involved and make a difference, and then people see how she interacts with her public, with the other people who are involved in the organization, and they start to hint at her, "Alyssa, come on, you should be on the board. Run for this. Help us out here." And she always takes on more and more responsibility. She's very balanced. And I believe that the reason that people always ask her to step out and take those leadership roles is because she has this energetic personality, this vision that sets her aside as one of those special people who truly are a leader. But she also is this pragmatic problem solver. So she makes her decisions, in a very thoughtful way, but is then able to actually take those decisions and lead with them because people follow people with vision and enthusiasm. And then lastly, to address the comment that was made earlier about age and, changing gears and careers and whatnot, Alyssa's very involved and very committed to her career here in Napa Valley. I'm also, as her better half, or well, that's what our friends say. It's a joke. I'm also very committed to being in Napa Valley. Our roots here are, in California. It's where we belong. And just as a technical point, it's my understanding that this appointment is a year or two long before the seat comes up for re-election, and so this isn't the Supreme Court. This isn't a lifetime appointment. This is for the next 2 years or less, and then the opportunity comes up for her to run for re-election and the town to make other decisions if they choose. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Sandy Fagan, and I just wanted to make an observation, not really on behalf of any specific candidate, but I think as I was listening to each of these three candidates and their qualifications, and they are wonderfully qualified and enthusiastic, and will bring great energy, I'm sure. Sometimes when we're looking at the qualifications, if you will, of folks for a position like this, we get into the trap, I think, of looking for the best qualified candidate. That's what we want. We want the best qualified candidate. And as I was sitting there, I'm thinking, what we're really looking for, I think, and I hope that we'll be able to consider it when you have your deliberations, not just the best qualified candidate, but a qualified candidate who best meets the needs of this community now. And what can they bring? You know, I see someone with a long history of contacts in this community, a long history of volunteering in this community, and that sort of thing. I see an individual who shared with us a lot of volunteering, a lot of leadership, a person who is well trained in the thought process and in being logical and a problem solver. I see an individual who's relatively new to the community but brings tremendous, it seems to me, perhaps transferable skills, being able to bring a level of expertise perhaps to the commission, to the council, in terms of what you're looking for right now. So rather than the best qualified candidate, maybe the candidate who best meets the needs and is otherwise qualified, but what do we need right now? And what can you best use to complement what you already have? So,
thank you, Sandy. Anyone else? Last chance. All right, paddles down. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all the public comment, both sent to us prior to today's meeting and your participation here today. It's obviously a very important decision that we have before us, and was just pointed out by Eric that this is to fill the unexpired term of Louis Chilton that does expire in November of 2016. I'm assuming that most of you are aware of that, but just in case you were not. Okay, with that said, I'll invite discussion by the council, and I'll also invite any member of the council to offer to go first, or I will choose someone. Okay, Councilmember Muller, there you go.
Go first. Well, I think everyone would.
Could you please, for the third time, move your microphone?
Maybe we gotta like turn these lights off. I'm so used to being in the dark. Everyone, I think, would absolutely agree that we're very lucky to have three enthusiastic, well-qualified people that step up for this position, because it does take a lot of work, but I think first it takes a lot of love for this community, and I saw that in everybody. I will admit that I also appreciate the service that Jeff has provided. He's not only served on the Parks and Rec Commission, but also on the ZDRB, aka our Design Review Board. And so what those things bring, I think, is the ability to make decisions, just like we're all going to have a very difficult decision here to make. And we set policy and we review a lot of stuff and give our opinions and vote and all that. But ultimately what we do are make decisions for the community. What do we each feel is best? And I think his service on those two boards has certainly demonstrated that he can make those decisions. And not that I really don't doubt that the other two couldn't make those decisions, but he's proven it. And we have certainly as a council relied heavily on the people on our ZDRB and as well as all of our commissions, because they make those decisions, and of course we review them. The ultimate decision takes effect right here when we meet, but the value that they add and the time that they spend really, I think, has been pretty valuable, and that's something pretty unique he has. I think that Jeff also, as Sandy mentioned, to me really complements us because of his business. We have someone in wine, and we have somebody who does a lot of stuff with, a lot of other communities and activities. But Jeff does bring kind of a unique complement in terms of his hotel business. And I think that would be a compliment to us to get his sensibilities for that. And really my favorite part, I think this forward thinking, maybe it just is a bit how my mind works. I'm always worried about, I don't really have to worry about the good stuff because it takes care of itself, but what do I really have to worry about? What's coming around the corner that I haven't thought about? And some of that forward-thinking process that Jeff brings, I find pretty valuable. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker, your thoughts?
Well, I certainly agree that it's really an amazing thing that we have three such incredible candidates. It makes it very hard on us. I think that in order of their speaking, I think Ally's youth and intelligence and passion are not a detriment, but an a gift that, as a matter of fact, being a forward-thinking person, thinking about the future, it would be interesting to have some younger opinions to counterbalance some of our older opinions, my being the one. But, and then I think that Jeff goes without saying. He's been on the Zoning and Design Review Board. He knows everybody. He knows the Park and Rec Department. He's just, an all-around bon vivant also. He's he would be a great balance. And obviously with Carrie, an associate judge, and the background that she has in political governance, it's all very, very impressive, and it makes it very difficult. And I really don't know which way to go. So I think that I have also talked to, although I haven't, there are not letters from them, but I've talked to other residents in town who've given me pros and cons about each of these candidates. So there's a lot of support for all three of them in this community. So I will just be listening and learning, and then ultimately we'll have to make the decision. But I want every one of you to know that there is a place in this town for you. We have other commissions. The Zoning and Design Review Board is going to need new talent. There are openings on that. There are openings on the Arts Commission coming up. There are openings on other commissions. And so please, if it's not you today, please step up for one of the other openings that we have, because we have a great need for your talents, all three of you. So that's what I will say.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor.
I only want to repeat that several weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I knew it would be much easier, and maybe to some small expense, if we allowed all of you out here to cast a vote for who we should decide upon. Because I find this decision extremely complicated. We don't need to muddle over everyone's qualifications. Each of the candidates is more than qualified, and I think, as well as stated already by the other council, entirely enthusiastic in embracing what we have as a community. So there's no question to that. I will only state that I'm still on the fence for all three, but will have to also articulate that I recognize what it's like to be a new person in this community, because I did it many moons ago, back in 2002, first in '96, and then finding a home here in 2002. It's very easy to fall in love with Yountville, and I came from Texas before that. So I have empathy for you, and for having been there for so long. That said, I know Ally quite well, and she has got extensive internal insight into what goes on in the town council. She sat in the chair right next to the town manager for many meetings and has enormous insight into what it takes and what our town was going through and has gone through for several years while she sat in that role. And now, for whatever reason, has decided that the wine business is where she wants to land. So recognizing that that's not entirely her fault, because that's our biggest, probably large employer throughout the valley, it also is helpful to have that kind of insight and background. And Mr. Durham, who enthralled me with his opening presentation, clearly has got more sort of aptitude and relevance around this town with his experience on commissions. And I believe the first time I met him was at the Yountville Focus Barbecue when he queried me at the time as to why I would run for town council and what was that funny hat I was wearing or that outfit I was wearing at the Ranch Market several weeks ago. That's what Yountville is about. It's about a group of people in the same community. This is going to be very difficult, so I'm going to just, at this moment, pass my turn on to the mayor to speak because I'm not exactly sure where I've landed yet. So, thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. And I think it speaks volumes to having three overqualified, overcommitted, and community-focused individuals coming forward. You know, I was nervous as I would continually contact our town manager and our town clerk, who's applied, and nobody had applied. And then all three applied fairly late in the process. And, you know, we were talking about who the rumors were about. But I would say that we have three extremely strong candidates. And as a reminder, whomever is selected, this is for about a year and a half, and the community as a whole is going to have a decision to make. I see three very strong candidates coming back in November, potentially, and everyone will then have a choice of their own. This is the worst part of being an elected official in a small, close community. We're dealing with friends here, multiple friends, not only the three candidates, but all of you, who we all know in different levels in a very personal way. And to choose one over the other two is kind of excruciating, frankly. I was originally appointed back in 2004, and I thought sitting down at that end of the table being interviewed was really difficult. No, not so much. And I'm sorry, but the three of you just had the easy part. Really challenging. I agree that we can write down the pros and cons, and you could almost pick and choose which name you put at the top for all the skills. And there's a diversity of skill, whether there's a lot of experience or a limited amount of experience in town, whether it's what you've done in this community or other communities, what your careers are. I mean, they all add up to three great candidates for council. And so I, too, am going to not tell you yet whom I'm going to select first, second, and third, because it is still kind of working its way through my head. But I'm very satisfied that we have such strong candidates, and I know all of you should feel kind of a sense of relief that we have such people that are willing to commit to the community. It's always a challenge to put a lot of your personal life kind of aside and choose elected office and community service. It is a big personal commitment. And I appreciate all three of you for stepping forward and making that commitment to us. So with that, I will say that we now have the...
I have a question.
Yes. Prior to us voting, Councilmember Dornbecker.
I have a question, and that is, was everyone able to see the written responses to the questionnaire that each of the candidates...
Yes, they've been posted in two locations on the website. Shortly after the close of the filing period, I uploaded them to the town clerk webpage, and then as part of the normal agenda process, all responses have been saved to our town council agenda page attached to the staff report. So two locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what I can say is, even though this was totally appropriate and a requirement of the town clerk to include none of the above on our application or on our voting ballot, I sense that's not going to be necessary. But it was required. So with that, now becomes the awkward silence part, where we write down 3, 2, and 1 and hand over to the town clerk for tabulation. So if you'll just allow us a couple moments of time. I actually will, if you'd like, I'll go ahead and call, and I really mean it to be 3 minutes, a 3-minute recess, if that means you want to get up and leave the chambers and come back, but it really will be 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. Election.
Sure, it's occurring. Thank you, Mayor. I will first read the ballot ranking from each of the council members, and then we'll go through the totals and what those reflect. For Councilmember Dornbecker, the ranking is Alyssa Wickstrom, 3, Jeffrey Durham, 2, Carrie Dorman, 1. For Vice Mayor Richard Hall, the ranking is Alyssa Wickstrom, 1, Jeffrey Durham, 2, Carrie Dorman, 3. Councilmember Marjorie Moeller, Alyssa Wickstrom, 2, Jeffrey Durham, 3, Carrie Dorman, 1. Mayor Dunbar, Alyssa Wickstrom, 2, Jeffrey Durham, 3, Carrie Dorman, 1. What that results in the ballot is Jeffrey Durham being ranked first, Alyssa Wickstrom being ranked second, and Carrie Dorman being ranked third.
So there is a clear, definitive
Yes, there.
top vote getter of Jeffrey Durham.
Yes, there is.
Okay. With that, again, I thank the council, and I,
Are you going to take an action?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I wasn't going to.
I thought you were concluding.
I was not going to excuse anyone yet.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank the council for the serious consideration and deliberation. I know it takes all of us kind of great pains to be choosing anyone over anyone else. And I do, again, want to say thank you very much for everyone's willingness to step forward, and we hope that you continue to step forward. As Councilmember Dornbecker mentioned, we already have a couple vacancies on our ZDRB with terms expiring, and with this result, Mr. Durham will be leaving the ZDRB. I think, was yours one of the expired terms?
No.
No, so we have a third opening on the Zoning and Design Review Board, which has historically been a very active process to go from volunteerism to community participation to the town council. I was one, as Councilmember Dornbecker was, also members of the ZDRB that helped us learn not only the town process, but more and more of the insights of our community at a very different level. So I would encourage not only Alyssa and Carrie to consider those, but any other members of the public that want to step forward. So with that, we will go ahead and, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to invite Jeff to come up and
After we
take a motion, that's right.
Yes, sir.
So is there an action to be had on this vote? Councilmember Moeller.
I would like to make the motion that Mr. Jeff Durham be appointed to the vacant council seat on the Yountville Town Council.
Second.
I think the vice mayor seconded that.
I second.
So Moeller was the motioneer and seconded by the vice mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. So now, Jeff, if you would please come forward and receive the oath of office. You're not going to be sitting down today. You will be sitting down on June 2nd. But please come up for the oath of office. I'm going to go ahead and clear out of the way. So, are you going to go to the podium?
If he wants to go up there, you can go up there. If you want to go right here?
your chair?
Yes.
We usually have the oath up.
I stand here and read it to you, and then.
Yeah, so Jeff,
and if
come on up.
you
We're going to go
like
ahead and
family or friends to stand with you and do that as well.
we're going to just step aside to give you some clear space here.
Jeff, if you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jeffrey Durham, do solemnly swear
I, Jeffrey Durham, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to this Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge upon the duties of which I'm about to enter.
Let's make sure he says it so that.
Discharge the duties upon
Discharge the duties upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
There you go. Thank you.
you.
Congratulations, Jeffrey Durham. Thank you.
So everyone's going to leave before the adjournment?
Racing out.
So, yeah, go ahead and have a seat.
Do we need to adjourn?
We will be adjourning in a moment. So, again, I would like to thank the council and all three of our applicants for their willingness to step forward for the Yountville community. And seeing no other business today, I will entertain a motion for adjournment from Councilmember Durham.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Sharon.